There he is, Mr. Senet himself. I don't know who that guy is. This is indeed ye olde game you were promised. I have some more information on that actually. So, exactly why are we playing against the dead guy? Well, it's about to make a whole lot of sense. Because there's a bit of story behind it. And it goes as follows. For 3 consecutive days, the skies were misting, the sogginess settling over our spring break plans like a dew-soaked sleeping bag. Instead of camping, the children whiled away the days rolling dice, moving pawns and crafting victory plots, all while enjoying the vistas of our living room. Although the rain brought a sting of disappointment, it also lent a lovely haze that, like a soft focus lens, made even this ordinary scene a bit more satisfying. They may be playing board games for fun, or at least to pass the time, but this wasn't always the case for players of one ancient game, Senet, which originated in Egypt more than 5,000 years ago, carried such a cultural and religious significance that it was often entombed with the dead. And it's no wonder the outcome of a Senet game may have meant the difference between annihilation in the underworld and everlasting life with the gods. Even the game's name centers on a dual meaning. The word means passing, and as they play, competitors strive to pass their opponents and pass their pieces off the board, thus winning the game, or signaling their personal entry into a comfortable afterlife. Although Senet was played for thousands of years, it fell out of fashion sometime after 400 AD, and the rules were never written down. For decades, Egyptologists and other experts have attempted to reconstruct the game's intricate rules, as well as the nuanced meanings of its board symbols. Most agree the object is to be the first of 2 players to raise the game's pieces along an S-shaped path to the final square on a rectangular board. They did kind of deviate from that in the game, but the rest of the core principles of the game are still intact. Senet may be the forerunner of several modern games, including backgammon and parcheesi, whose rules are cut of similar cloth. In backgammon, for example, a player competes to move his checkers to a home quadrant and then off the board faster than his opponent, and in parcheesi, which stems from the original Indian classic Pakisi, players attempt to block their opponent's game pieces as they strive to place their own and save squares on the game board, all while racing to the finish. There is a lot of stuff on the history of the game here. I'll quickly glance over that. One paragraph goes into that there is a lot of luck involved, as evidenced by there being essentially dice. I mean, it's 2-sided dice, so it's not what you might expect from what you might be used to from modern days, where you usually have 6-sided dice. Unless you're a pen and paper player, then you've probably played with 6, 8, 10, even 4-sided dice, but most regularly 20-sided. 20-sided dice. The earliest Senet boards that we have evidence of date as far back as 3500 BC and were rectangular slabs of wood. Limestone of faience, which is ceramic earthenware made from ground quartz and coated with a brightly colored glaze, that were carved with symbols and squares. By 1500 BC, Senet games were increasingly self-contained. Many featured a board carved into or attached to the top of a rectangular box with pillared storage for game pieces. So even by then, it had enough significance that basically they started manufacturing Senet sets, as you will. Although Senet gameplay probably didn't change much over the years, its presentation became more elaborate. By the time of King Tutankhamun's death in 1328 BC, so it's already more than 2,000 years after its initial appearance, Senet game boards were at least sometimes built atop gaming tables with built-in storage and exquisitely carved legs, such a gaming table was discovered in his tomb. And there is even a source for that in the article, which I shall link to you right now. There we go. That's where I'm basing most of the information off, and where I've been reading to you from. Not only does it give specific sources, but it also is consistent with all the other articles and sources I could find. So yeah, if you want more information, the ones that I didn't read out, feel free to read that article for yourself, because it also contains more than I just told you, and more information on the game itself, and more information on other games as well. Despite Senet's royal appeal, it also appealed to the masses. Senet squares and symbols have been found atop high stone walls, most likely created by mason workers who enjoyed playing the game during breaks from building kingly tombs and other stately structures. Whether the property of a prince or a pauper, all Senet games followed a format often repeated at ancient Egyptian edifices. 3 rows of 10 squares each, the game included 5 or 7 distinctive game pieces for each player. Again, a bit of creative freedom here on the developer's part, who only included 3. The pieces were shaped like cones or spools and were known as ab, the Egyptian word for dancer, because they danced along the board. And then does it not only go into the rules, which we've just basically laid out. Right, not only does it go into the rules, which again the devs here kind of in minor ways deviated from to make it more fitting with the rest of the Tomb Raider 4 game, but it also gives you a little info box on Senet today that says, and I love this, so I'm reading it out, think Senet is a game of the past? Not if popular culture has anything to say about it. Lara Croft plays Senet in the video game Tomb Raider 4 The Last Revelation. In the television show Lost, the Man in Black plays the game with Jacob. Lost, the complete collection, was sold with the Senet game, and you could even play a digital version of Senet thanks to an app for iPhone or Android. And if you're feeling industrious, you could even make Senet out of a cardstock using these instructions, and then they link these instructions. Then there's also information on some special squares which are not featured on this version of the game, on this in-game version, but there is some 5 special squares. There's ongoing debate about the rules of Senet, as well as the exact meanings of the symbols on its board. Some ancient Senet game boards have blank squares, while others feature ornate symbols in every square. Despite these variations, there are 5 squares that have largely remained unchanged for 5,000 years. You'll find them on the last 5 spaces of the board. The rules attached to them here are the ones suggested by Egyptologist Dr. Peter A. Piccioni. Sounds Italian, but let's give him credit. So they would then have those basically from that right angle square you can see on your screen right now to the left one, which is the final piece. Those would be square 26, the House of Rejuvenation. Land here and you'll receive a free turn. That bit is true for this square. The square is also a nod to mummy preparation. The place where the dead were prepared for burial and eternal life was known as Rejuvenation. Square 27, the House of Water, also known as the Waters of Chaos. Land on this square and you'll not only lose a turn, but you'll have to remove the game piece from the board. Ancient Egyptians believed the dead must gain passage on a boat to float over the deadly waters of the netherworld, otherwise they would drown. Thank God that piece is not represented here. Square 28, the House of 3 Truths. A game piece may only leave this square when a 3 is cast. The markings on this square are believed by some Egyptologists to symbolize Thoth, a powerful god of writing, magic, and science, thought to have written the spells in the Book of the Dead. Square 29, the House of Re-Atum. A game piece may only leave this square when a 2 is cast, leaving this square symbolically follows the emergence of this god into a deity. And finally, square 30, the Rehorakti. This square signifies Rehorakti, the sun god who rose into the dawn and is the most important square on the board. A game piece may only go forward from this square when a 1 is cast, at which point it's removed from the game and is considered to be, finished. And then it goes into very special rules. The article goes into special rules for these squares. If a player casts more than the number needed to move a piece off the board, he must move the extra number of spaces backwards. Thank God that's also not true in this case. Because here we just ignore the turn. And it's the opponent's turn, basically. I think we should play one game of this. I mean, I've just made a save, but so I can reload and play several rounds of this. But I feel like we should also play the real deal as far as it can be reconstructed afterwards. Totally love when super ancient stuff is very similar to what we still have today. I mean, yeah, the article does go into how backgammon is essentially a ripoff of Senet. So it did survive in some form. And now it's time to play. So this is a 2. Let's start with red. Oh yeah, I just figured out the order of tiles here. I mean, this is square 1. This is where the red piece is currently is square 2. And there we have another 2. So that means it would move to the space with the Ankh. It does, which means we get another turn. And it's a 3. Oh god. Nearly got stuck in the machinery there. 3, almost. A 4 would have gotten us another turn because we would have landed on another Ankh square. I would have been pissed if the AI, Senecat, had gotten a 4 there and moved his piece off the board already. Okay. I was worried he would roll a 1, but thank God he didn't. That's it. Ooh, that's good. We land on an Ankh piece. Remember? Rejuvenation and all. Can we get a 4, please? Oh, that's a 3. That's good enough. Because now we can move him back. And he just went straight back out. Okay. Just the 1 tile, it's good enough. Now, in this version we can only really move the red piece if we get a 1. So for a 4, we have to move something else. Oh, and it's an Ankh piece, so here we go again. That's a 1. Okay. Doesn't do too much. That's a 2. Doesn't really get him anywhere. There he's got the 1. I could do with the 1 right about now to get red off the board. Oh, that's a 3. I'll take it. He's got the 1. I mean, I'm in the lead quite comfortably, but that can still change with dice rolls. 3, so I actually need to move blue now. I need a 1 or a 2 or a 3 would be nice. Yeah, 1, 2 or 3. Should be possible. It's a 2, so it's green. So 4. I mean, I have to move blue anyway. See? I think my luck may have just turned. Three. Yeah, it doesn't get me far anyway, so let's go with red. Okay, he doesn't get the 1 either. Okay, now we're talking. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Yeah, let's go with red. Can you believe this guy? Because I can't. What have we here? A 2. My, how the turntables. It's a 2. Oh, let's go with red. He's got a 2. What matters here, by the way, is the number of white dice, basically. That signifies the number of spaces the player can move, and if they're all black, then it's 6 moves, not 0. Another one, not too dangerous there. And it's a 2. Lovely. We got another piece of the board and we can go again. So at this point with blue, I will literally take anything. Including a 2. Another 3. Okay, yeah, that was 4. And another 3. Ooh, I can go again. Lovely. And I'll take a 2 or another 4, ideally. or a 6. Oh yeah, 6 means I can go again, I forgot. We did it. We won the game. So now, in this game, that does mean it's that old, it is, yeah. So let's go through that article together. The game Go has only one objective: control the most territory. If that sounds familiar, then you might like the next entry as well. We're going to get to that in a bit. But this simple board game, easily played by children and novices, can take a lifetime to master. There are more possible ways for a game of Go to play out than there are subatomic particles in the known universe. Which is just a fancy way of saying we don't even know how many there are. Even the most sophisticated computer programs can't come up with a definitive solution for winning at Go, unlike chess, in which artificial intelligence can routinely trounce a human opponent. Go is the oldest game ever that is still played in its original form. You remember, not yesterday, Saturday, when we talked about Senet. That is, strictly speaking, a lot older, by about 2,000 to 3,000 years, but it's no longer really played. Chess is way younger, actually. So chess in its modern form is not it's not 400 BC, but rather 4 to 500 AD. Yeah, even pre-medieval, yeah, but not even nearly as old as Go or Senet, for that matter. Where were we? Oh yeah, and they haven't reached a consensus on whether it was invented a mere 3,000 years ago or nearly 4,000 years ago. But Go was so highly regarded that by the 1600s in China it was considered one of the 4 skills a gentleman must master. The game is known as Wei Qi in China, Baduk in Korea, and sometimes as Ego instead of Igo, instead of Go in Japan. Beginning in about 1000 AD, so that's after Christ, or Anno Domini, Go was played in Japan by the upper classes, but it wasn't until the Tokugawa period, 1603 to 1867 AD, that Go became a cultural institution in Japan. 4 schools were founded, each with the sole purpose of instructing students to play Go and then compete against each other. After hundreds of years of play with varying levels of aristocratic enthusiasm, a professional tournament system was launched. Popularity spread to Asian and European countries and the United States. By the late 1970s, that is, organized Go tournaments were being held throughout the world. Today, more than 70 member countries participate in international play, which is given daily newspaper coverage in Japan. Just to reiterate, daily newspaper coverage. We in Germany have daily newspaper coverage about football. Now let that sink in. Players are given celebrity status. And new players are still discovering the game, which is played exactly as it was in the beginning. Then the article goes into a step-by-step guide on how to play that, but I'm actually going to defer that to a different source, which is a site where you can actually play the game. Fundamentals and basics. Okay. Can you read? Yes, you can. Maybe you can even make that a bit bigger, but not too much. You can play a stone on any intersection, even the outer ones. The goal of the game is to surround the largest area. Stones don't move, but can be captured. Make a move to continue. I do know the basic rules because I've played it when I was younger. But for one thing, I didn't play it for very long or very intensely, and for one thing, that's a long time ago, so I've probably forgotten the intricacies of it. One thing I do remember is that it's a good idea to start on those. Can you see that? There are certain smaller dots on some of the intersections. As far as I remember, it's a good idea to put a stone there. capture the white stone. So that's done by surrounding it. Capture the group of white stones. So yeah, capturing basically is done by surrounding it, and as soon as you have this border completed, the stones that are captured are removed from the board and you control that territory. So we're going to go for F4. And they're captured. You can capture on the side too, capture the white stones. So since the border of the board basically does that part for us, we only need to play C5. And they're captured. Surrounding isn't enough. You have to fill all the space around the stones, capture the white stones, which means we need to fill that bit in the middle to capture them. Same goes. Capture the white stones before white can form two eyes. Wasn't sure about that one myself. But yeah, basically cutting them off in the middle so that they can't form an eye was a good move. Before they can form two eyes again, how would they do that? If I play B2, then they're probably going to just play C2, capture mine. So I'm going to play C2, C3, and A1. So again, cutting them off in the middle. Oh, that was it. Okay, nice. Now for the defense, create two eyes to keep your group alive. There's one critical move to make to keep this group alive. I'm thinking E5 because that even constructs three eyes. This one, this one, this one. Defend empty space that is completely surrounded by your stones is called territory. Protect your territory from whites. We could go H6 or F6. That's the right one. When you don't think there are any more good moves to make to end the game, both players pass their turns. This game is finished. Click pass to end it. After both players have passed, you enter a stone removal phase where you can remove obviously dead stones from play. You could capture these in-game as well, but most players opt not to because it's quicker. Remove the dead black stones by clicking them. So, actually that would be those four up here. Yeah. The board. You can play anywhere, but a good general strategy is to focus on the corners first. Then sides, then the middle. Play a stone in the upper right-hand corner. Yeah, so yeah, those little dots, I'm not sure if you can even see them. You can probably do that now. Some of the intersections have little dots on them. Those are marking what counts as a corner, what counts as a side, and then the space in between those dots is the middle. Go can be played on any size board, but the most common are 9x9, which you should start on, 13x13, and the most popular 19x19. Play on the right side of the board, not in a corner. So, here. You will note that there are several circles on the board. These are called star points. And there we go. Now you get that information officially. These are not particularly special, they are just useful for orienting yourself with the board. play on a star point. Gee, I can't even see them at that size. Ladders. The zigzag pattern is called a ladder. Capture the white stones by continuing the ladder. That was easy enough. Capture the white stones using a ladder. Okay, let's go down here then. And capture. Stones in the path of a ladder break the ladder. Stay alive. So assuming we were still black. No, and we got captured. Never mind. Wait, what am I doing wrong? So he could capture us there now, so we put us down here. Okay. Snapback. Capture the two white stones at E3 and E4. Those two. But can't he just capture... Oh, I see where this is going. Yeah. Now we can capture back. Capture the two white stones. Capture the three white stones. So those three. If I played D1 first, it would probably play E1 to cut me off from that. So I'm gonna play E1. And there we go. Capture the 5 white stones. Those 5. And there we go. Save your group. I could try to capture those two down here to break that chain. But then again, if he fills those two in the meantime, those stones would still be dead. But then again, if I walked up here, it's probably would take too long to snap back. Capture the 4 white stones. I think I'm getting the hang of this. Capture all of the white stones. Okay, if he tries to escape through here, which he probably will, I can just play D8 first, though. That was a bad move. Seki. Sometimes you cannot capture, but you can prevent from being captured. Save your black stones. I'm thinking G1. Yeah. Just because then, if he tried to fill those up, those spaces, he would get captured himself because I also completed that loop. Yeah, same scenario. Sometimes you can't capture, but you can prevent from being captured. Save your black stones. Can I? Thought so. But yeah, put that in the middle. I was kind of thinking J5 instead. I'm still debating with myself whether it's actually a good move or if I'm just imagining things. It is a good move, okay. And finally we have Ko. To prevent endlessly recapturing the same space, there is a special rule called the Ko rule, which prevents immediately recapturing the same position. Capture the white group by exploiting the Ko rule. It's the only one that made sense, really. Connect your black stones. Well, F4 seems to be the way to go. And because he can't recapture immediately because of that rule, there's a save. And then I can do this one. Why? Why did that fail? Retry. So F4 was right. Then he played C4. Oh, of course. He can't recapture immediately, but with a break in between, he could have. So I go there, and then there. White just captured a stone with A3. Another one. Find a place to play where white must capture to move past the Ko rule and take white's group at B5. I'm thinking either A6 or A8. And then we went the long way around. And that is the tutorial. So maybe we should get into a game, shall we? 9x9. They did recommend that for beginners, which I'm definitely still am. Play against the computer, how about that? Or maybe not that. Seems... I'm low-key confused as to how this is going to work, but let's just take a gamble with normal. We could just do puzzles instead. Oh, right, there's a ranking system. Kind of like Elo in chess, but with a different terminology. So, okay, Q seems to be the sucky rank. High Qs means you suck. High downs means you're a god. Okay, I'm getting the hang of this. And conversely, low Q and low Q and low down means you're kind of in the middle.
Game started.
Chrome works when Firefox does not. Color me surprised. So I do want to control this side. Might be a bit too defensive here in that corner. Nero, hello there. Welcome in, guys. What have you been playing, by the way? Thank you for the raids there. Thank you very much. Is that... Oh, that's... Is that generics or G... First of all, though, let's give a shout out to the lovely Nero. What have you been playing today? Elden Ring and Dead by Daylight. Elden Ring is actually on my list. Speaking of which, Nero, did you know I have a list? Let's give you an overview. I have a list of games I want to play, and Elden Ring is on it. And thank you for the follow, Gen... How do you want me to pronounce that, by the way? Do let me know. Generics? What did you... Oh, he played there. Okay. How do I close this off? I'm thinking here? So as you can see, right now, number 1 on that list, sorted by release date. Well, I say release date. Go doesn't really have a release date. But it's been around for at least, or since at least 480, and that makes it the oldest game on that list, which is why we're playing it tonight. And maybe even more often, if we can get past some technical issues, like the one with the browser. I'm trying to avoid getting captured here. Not exactly according to plan. Because the bad news is... he's now got a lot of territory on me. Yeah, let's just close this off. So... I mean, there's no point going into this corner up here, because he's just going to close that off. So I might as well just try to break out down here. Not that that's going to work necessarily. I don't know how to play Go. So the good news is we've just gone through the tutorial earlier. So if you catch the VOD later on, you might learn a thing or two. Basically, the gist is you place stones, you try to surround the enemy stones with your own ones to capture them. That's kind of what happened to me up here. And the winner is the player who controls the most territory, and territory is controlled by surrounding it with your stones. So sadly, right now, white has the advantage over me. He's going to capture that one. Playing here. If I want to prevent that, which I don't think I can, but I can try. Yeah, he's going to capture those two now. At least he should. Yep. I think at this point it's pretty clear that I'm losing. I can at least use this as a learning experience. At least we can ask some questions. Not that those questions are really good. I mean, he's guessing. It's not like the game's literally literally titled "New to Go." Oh, okay, that's kind of cheating. Wouldn't you agree? Where are you? I mean, yeah, but literally, I've played this game a couple of times, many years ago, but literally forgotten almost all about it and how to play it and how to master it. I think I ran out of time just now. We can actually. Oh yeah, we can get a full AI review. Maybe that was. Oh right, maybe we can't. Yeah, I mean the thing is, you do get an advantage by hearing my thought process sometimes. Um, but yeah, the point I was trying to make is this is my first game in probably about 20 years, 15 at least. And even back then, I was never really good to begin with. So when I saw you were 8Q, then. And when I saw you were 8Q, I pretty much knew I was going to lose, but um, at the end of the day, it's still a learning experience. The opponent's much stronger, so they won't learn anything from listening. Yeah, that too. I mean, how deep does that ranking go? Go ranks and ratings. It goes down to 30Q, which is still considered beginner. Then counts down to 1Q, at which point you move to done, and then it counts up to 9. 9 done. Wonder where I am at the moment. Do I have a ranking now? Yeah, 23. 23Q, so I'm still in the sucky phase. But you managed to make a living group, which is pretty good for your first game. Oh, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. You gave your best, that's the most important part. Exactly. I mean, for my first game in 15 to 20 years, I would have taken any result, basically. 6Q, 21. Yeah, Carlo F. Maybe we can play him. I'm assuming him. Because he's 25. Emil. But those long games, correspondence games, I'm not going to be playing them on stream, probably. So, for those of you more familiar with the site, can I play against these bots? Because the existence of these AI players makes me think I can play against bots who are more my level. And if so, do I just do that by... Yeah, by basically clicking here on computer and then generating a game from there? Some of the bots will let you play against them, some won't until you have a higher rank. Makes sense, yeah. I mean, suppose Echo Bot would kick my ass so hard that I never have any intention of playing this game ever again. If you look at that. 11 down. He's gonna destroy me. But for instance, random move Nixbot with the 69Q, nice. Well, that's probably a bit too bad even.
Game started.
Okay, I'm actually playing against this bot now. Oh, that does seem really random. That actually is random. Okay. So maybe we can be a bit more aggressive here. Yeah, because it's a random move, he won't do anything to follow up with it. Not that it would make sense anyway. Thinking, should I do something in a game, in a proper game? Should I do something about those two stones in the corner here? Because my thought process is, he's not gonna really do anything with them, is he? Certainly not with random moves, but even if they weren't random. Should I just consider those two stones dead? Don't really know. If you could kill them later, you don't need to kill them now. It's kind of what I was thinking. Consider them dead, okay. Thanks for confirming at least. Let's just work on... They are very, very... Okay. So I did learn something from the tutorial. Let's just work on some territory here. Close that off. Okay. Let's do some capturing. So my thought process right now is I control this entire section, basically half the board and then some down here in the corner. If anything, he controls this bit, maybe this bit too, this square, and then this bit is still open for play. So I'm thinking I would win if we were both to pass right now, right? But I could still probably play on to actually consolidate control over this territory. Yeah. So let's
Pass.
Black's still playing. There are still a few moves left that are worth 1 or 2 points each at this point. None of which is probably really shifting the balance of this game, though. I mean, and even then, random moves, I'm still gonna win it either way, probably. And now I definitely win, yeah. Yeah, he's saying right here as well. There you go. Thanks for the game if you won. Please try again with a larger handicap, which I think I will do. So, play. Computer, not random move, but Bella. Bella's not doing random stuff. But she's still 35Q. Oh, no, not Bella. Della. So. Let's put a stop to that right away. Or that. We can. Looks like we can advance on some territory here. There we go, that problem solved. Although I think Black could have done a lot more with that position. So it looks like he's trying to connect H2 to H4, and then up here, maybe even, but she would have to do a lot of stuff. Let's cut her off though. Cut off is the right idea. Good. I'm just going to keep cutting off and capturing. Okay, so she's clearly trying to get this group to stay alive. And if I play h5, she's just going to capture h5. If I play j5, maybe even h7 or j7, probably h7 is the best, because then that group is definitely dead. Aside from cutting things, the other thing you want to do is surround things. Yeah, it's pretty much what I've been trying to do, so that I played h7 so that this group can't really do much. Neither capture anything or break out. Like if she tried breaking out, I could just play j7 or j8 depending on what she does. And that should hopefully solve that problem before it becomes one. What was the point of that move? I mean, I guess. I mean, well, that first guy kicked my ass. But then again, he was way out of my league. So that stone's dead. That stone's dead. Oh, you did? Well, then technically. But yeah, I think we all know you won that game. In all but name. Okay, so like I said, f1 is dead, d1 is dead. I can still try to gather some territory up. Probably up here would be a good one. What is she trying to do down here? So a2, wouldn't that basically just allow her to capture with b2? And then of course I could play b3 and try to recapture then with a2. I mean, I can see this going somewhere. Let's try it, see what she does. I don't see the point of those moves here down in the corner. Now, what's she trying to achieve there? There is no point. That's kind of what I was thinking. kill everything on the left. I'm kind of thinking C8 would probably do that pretty much. Or at least start doing that. Yeah, what the hell. That should be everything dead. I mean, I can't really see this going anywhere. I mean, those stones up here are dead. Because you can't even form an eye with that one or try to capture something. There's nothing to capture anymore. Same with A3, same with A1. Those down here anyway. That one's dead. That one's dead. I mean, I could just play this for fun. And I think that should be...
Pass.
Oh. I was expecting something different here. Can't blame her for not giving up, but... She's got to read.
Me. Pass.
What did you just say? Alright. So let's just keep passing.
Pass.
Because there's no way black can still win this game.
Pass.
Yeah, predicted winner, white 100%. So I'm gonna accept that.
You have won.
White wins by server decision. Yes, concluded white will win with 100% certainty. And I agree, because I do control virtually everything.
The attacking infantry advances steadily, their elephants already having broken the defensive line. The king tries to retreat, but enemy cavalry flanks him from the rear. Escape is impossible. But this isn't a real war, nor is it just a game. Over the roughly 1.5 millennia of its existence, chess has been known as a tool of military strategy, a metaphor for human affairs, and a benchmark of genius. While our earliest records of chess are in the 7th century, legend tells that the game's origins lie a century earlier. Supposedly, when the youngest prince of the Gupta Empire was killed in battle, his brother devised a way of representing the scene to their grieving mother. Set on the 8x8 Ashtapada board used for other popular pastimes, a new game emerged with 2 key features: different rules for moving different types of pieces, and a single king piece whose fate determined the outcome. The game was originally known as Chaturanga, a Sanskrit word for 4 divisions, but with its spread to Sassanid Persia, it acquired its current name and terminology, chess. derived from Shah, meaning king.
Can we appreciate the fact, by the way, that the German terms are even closer to the Persian ones? Like, we don't call it Shah, we call it Schach, but that's still very much closer than chess. And the same is equally
and
true.
checkmate from Shahmot, or
Schachmat is literally the German way to say this.
the king is helpless. After the 7th century Islamic conquest of Persia, chess was introduced to the Arab world. Transcending its role as a tactical simulation, it eventually became a rich source of poetic imagery. Diplomats and courtiers used chess terms to describe political power. Ruling caliphs became avid players themselves, and historian al-Masudi considered the game a testament to human free will compared to games of chance. Medieval trade along the Silk Road carried the game to East and Southeast Asia, where many local variants developed. In China, chess pieces were placed at intersections of board squares rather than inside them, as in the native strategy game Go. The reign of Mongol
Well, we know
leader
about Go in this stream.
Tamerlane saw an 11 by 10 board with safe squares called citadels, and in Japanese shogi, captured pieces could be used by the opposing player. But it was in Europe that chess began to take on its modern form. By 1000 AD, the game had become part of courtly education. Chess was used as an allegory for different social classes performing their proper roles, and the pieces were reinterpreted in their new context. At the same time, the church remained suspicious of games. Moralists cautioned against devoting too much time to them, with chess even being briefly banned in France. Yet,
So, I mean, believe in a god if you will, I don't mind. But the church has done so much shit over the years. Can you really defend this organization? And I'm specifically talking about the organization. I'm not opposed to faith per se, even though I don't share it. But the church? Seriously? Every good thing over the course of history they've ruined, and not every, but many bad things throughout human history they've been responsible for. I know crusades and everything, especially, but many more would come to mind if you do your research. So, the church is actually the villains in many situations. Only good they came up with was beer, if you ask me. Well, if you ask me, beer was another bad thing. But, yeah. The only, I know I'm probably going to have that as one of my controversial opinions, but the only good thing the church has ever come up with and has ever given to humanity is the Gregorian calendar. And that is it. I mean, feel free to add to that list. But that's the one I would attribute to them, and possibly the only thing I would give them credit for. But yeah, on with the video.
the game proliferated, and the 15th century saw it cohering into the form we know today. The relatively weak piece of advisor was recast as the more powerful queen, perhaps inspired by the recent surge of strong female leaders. This change accelerated the game's pace, and as other rules were popularized, treatises analyzing common openings and endgames appeared. Chess theory was born. With the Enlightenment era, the game moved from royal courts to coffee houses. Chess was now seen as an expression of creativity, encouraging bold moves and dramatic plays. This romantic style reached its peak in the immortal game of 1851, where Adolf Ondersinn managed a checkmate after sacrificing his queen and both rooks. But the emergence of formal competitive play in the late 19th century meant that strategic calculation would eventually trump dramatic flair. And with the rise of international competition, chess took on a new geopolitical importance. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union devoted great resources to cultivating chess talent, dominating the championships for the rest of the century. But the player who would truly upset Russian dominance was not a citizen of another country, but an IBM computer called Deep Blue. Chess-playing computers have been developed for decades, but Deep Blue's triumph over Garry Kasparov in 1997 was the first time a machine had defeated a sitting champion.
And since then, that has evolved to the point where the computer is now calculating every single move faster than a human player could ever do it. So at this point, I don't think humans even stand a chance against the most sophisticated computers.
Today, chess software is capable of consistently defeating the best human players. But just like the game they've mastered, these machines are products of human ingenuity, and perhaps that same ingenuity will guide us out of this apparent checkmate. Did you know that the treadmill was originally designed to be a torture device? Learn more about it.
Okay, as for that last fun fact, leading over to the next video, some would still argue that it is today. But yeah, TED Talks coming through again with some very insightful information. Here's the link to that video if you want to watch it again, or want to check out longer videos such as the brief history of the game of chess, which you can kind of see below chat. Or if you want to check out Captain Picard's most inspirational speeches, feel free to check that out too. Yeah, there we go. So that's for the history of chess. How about the how to play chess bit? Let me quickly jump to the right. I mean, this is already a bit of an advanced piece. Where are we with the basics? There we go. New chess. So you know the history now. Let's assume you don't know how to actually play the game. We will go through that in a very few minutes. As you see, those lessons by themselves don't take too long. We'll familiarize ourselves with that and then actually play a game.
Chess is one of the oldest and most recognized games in the world. It is an exciting game of strategy and planning, which is why it is seen as a symbol of intelligence. However, chess is easy to learn and can be enjoyed by anyone at any level. Chess is played on an 8x8 board with 64 squares and 32 pieces, and the game is all about checkmating the king. Once the king is in checkmate, which we'll explain later, then the game is over. So to start, let's meet the king. Even though the king is the most important piece in chess, it isn't the most powerful. The king can only move one square at a time in any direction. Here are the squares where the white king can currently move. Here's one move. Now the king could move here, and here's another king move. In chess, both players have identical sets of pieces. You have a king, and so does your opponent. Each player will take turns making a move until the game is over. Now that you've learned how the king moves, it's your turn to practice moving the king.
So that shouldn't be too difficult. The king wants to move to the upper left corner of the board. Can you find a way? Can you find a move that moves your king closer to that goal? Upper left corner, so A8. Notice also the notation once again. We've got ranks 1 through 8 and columns A to H. So the square the king is currently on would be A6. Let's keep that going, and we're there. Yeah, so if you want to learn, you can make an account on a website such as chess.com, which is the one I've chosen, and they have this very extensive library of lessons and tutorials, even going so far as to walk you through entire opening strategies to get better at this game. Now the king wants to move to the center of the board. Can you move your king diagonally 1 square to the upper right? Yes, of course I can. Can you move 1 square to the right? Here we go. King wants to reach a corner of the board. Can you move that? Can you make that move? Yes, I can. H1. And there we go. Now, after the king, of course, we make the jump to from the most important to the most powerful piece, and that's the queen.
The king might be the most important piece in chess, but the queen is by far the most powerful.
Can you
Like
tell
the
I've been
king,
through this
the
before?
queen can move in any direction, forward, backward, to the sides, as well as diagonally. Unlike the king, the queen can move as far as she wants in any direction. The one thing the queen can't do is jump over other pieces. Let's look at some queen moves. In this position, the queen could go all the way up the diagonal. She could slide all the way across the board. She could now move all the way down here.
I
Or
do
she
not.
could
I
make
mean, I
some
do
shorter
drink
moves,
cola.
like here, here.
But that's the most caffeine
Here's
I
another queen move.
insert myself with.
Earlier, we mentioned that the queen cannot jump over other pieces. In this position, let's say the queen wants to get to this square. Notice that the king is currently in the way of the queen. So the queen would have to move to another square first, and only then, on the next turn, could the queen move here. Now that you've learned how the queen moves, it's your turn to practice moving the queen.
Not even energy drinks. I mean, back in uni, I once got gifted a sample of Red Bull as like a advertisement, a promotion thingy. And to be honest, I don't want to be rude, but I kind of have to, since I neither value their product nor their company policy, but that can of Red Bull tasted like absolute cat piss, so I don't drink Red Bull or any other energy drink. Oh yeah, absolutely. The queen wants to move to the upper edge of the board in a single move. Can you make that move? There we go. Now the queen wants to move to the right and reach the edge of the board in one move. Like so. Queen wants to go down the diagonal and reach the lower left corner in a single move. Like so. Queen wants to go back to the upper left corner, but this time the king's in the way. Can you find a combination with which the queen can reach the top left corner in 2 moves? Yes. So this would be one, and this would be one. Yeah, to be honest, I've not tried other energy drinks. At least not that I remember. Because after that first experience with Red Bull, I thought to myself, okay, they are supposed to be the best, so if they're shit, all the others gotta be even more shit. So I never really bothered trying them. If you're in any way familiar with like chess content creators, you will now maybe have a clip in mind where one of those creators wants to sacrifice the rook. So let's see how we would do that.
After the queen, the rook is the second most powerful piece. It can move up, down, and to the sides as far as it wants, but the rook can only move in straight lines. Like the other pieces we've looked at so far, the rook also can't jump over any other piece. Let's take a look at some rook moves. In this position, the rook could move straight up, it could slide to the corner, it could move all the way down the board, now it could swing to the other side, or it could make some shorter moves, like here and here. Now that you've learned how the rook moves, it's your turn to practice moving the rook.
So learning the movement patterns of the different pieces is not exactly difficult. Takes some time to memorize them, of course, but chaining certain moves of certain pieces together to make a beautiful strategy, that's the mastery. That takes sometimes years. The rook wants to move up and reach the other edge of the board in a single move. Can you find that move? Yes, of course I can. Rook wants to move to one of the four corners of the board. Can you find a corner that he can reach at one move? That would be A8. Both rooks want to reach the right edge of the board in a single move, but only one of them can do it. Yeah, that would be the one on A3. Move them all the way over here. Both rooks want to reach the top of the board, but only one can do it in one move. That will be the A7 rook. Yeah, that too. I mean, I'm currently struggling off the top of my head to find a video game where that happens, except for the adaptation of the... There is a video game for the first Harry Potter movie. There we would probably have to do that. But the good thing is that's not going to be on the list. It isn't, it won't be, it will never be. Same as Hogwarts Legacy. The rook in the bottom right corner is blocked by its own pieces. It wants to move along the first row. Can you move another piece to make way? Yes, of course, I can move the king. There we go. It's because of the odds, and because she receives royalties, which she then passes on to literal Nazis, and I'm not standing that. And we go on to the bishop.
The bishop is one of the most interesting pieces in chess because it can move as far as it wants, but only on diagonals. The bishop, just like the other pieces that we've met so far, cannot jump over other pieces. This means that the bishop has to stay on the same colored square it starts the game on for the entire game. In chess, you get two bishops. This bishop is called the light squared bishop because it can only travel on the light squares. Meet the other bishop that you have in the game, the dark squared bishop. It moves exactly like the light squared bishop, but only on the dark squared diagonals. Now that you've met both bishops, let's take a look at how they move. With just one move, the dark squared bishop can enter the longest dark square diagonal on the board. Let's do the same with the light squared bishop. Now, notice no matter how many bishop moves we make, the bishops never cross paths. They never block each other. And the reason why is because they're on opposite colored squares, so they never interfere with each other. They make a good team. Now that you've learned how the bishops move, it's your turn to practice moving the bishops.
With that exact combination, you can do some very nasty stuff to the other king. The bishop wants to reach the other edge of the board in a single move. Can you find that move? Yes, of course. So a1 to h8. Bishop wants to land on the longest white diagonal from top left to bottom right. That's just a single move to g2. Dark squared bishop is in the center of the board. Can you move the light squared bishops to the square right next to him? Yes, I can. Bishop wants to reach the upper edge of the board in two moves. You can do that. Which two moves are those? So let's say f1 to c4, and then from c4 to g8. Yeah, I mean, if you know German, you have the German text right here, which tells you basically the exact same thing, because I'm just translating off that. And on we go to the horsey.
The knight is perhaps the most fun piece in chess. It is the only piece in chess that does not move in some sort of straight line. It moves in a strange L shape. The other interesting thing about the knight is it's the only piece in chess that can jump over other pieces, like this. It takes a little practice to understand exactly how the knight moves. It goes 2 squares in one direction and then 1 square to the side, like this. Highlighted are all the possible squares the knight can move to on the next turn. Notice it always moves in the same pattern. 2 to the side and over 1, like this, or like this, up 2 and over 1, or down 2 and over 1. And notice that the knight moves from a light square to a dark square, and then on the next turn it moves from a dark square to a light square. The knight always switches colors with each turn it makes. Now that you've learned how the knight moves, it's your turn to practice moving this fun and tricky piece.
So let's go. The knight wants to reach the upper edge of the board in a single move. So that would be h6 to g8. Knights love the center. Move your knight to one of the 4 squares in the center of the board. That would be d2 to e4. And the simple reason is that from there, with their L-shaped jumps, they can control a large area surrounding the center, which is a very critical piece of the board. White already has a knight in the center. Move your second knight also to the center. No problem. Oh no, most of the squares your knight could move to are blocked by other pieces. Can you still find a move that takes your knight to the center? So, we could move, in theory, to b4, b3, a1, b0 doesn't exist, obviously. c0 doesn't exist either, then we could move to e1, or we could move to e3, and to e4, and e4, as you might have noticed, is a square in the center. Move your knight to a square from where it can attack all 4 black pieces at the same time. Attacking multiple pieces at the same time, by the way, is called a fork. And that's a very powerful move, because usually you'd say that one of those forked pieces is the king, so then the king has to move. And in having to rescue the king, the other player then opens the other piece up to being captured by the knight. So obviously we go from f2 to e4, and there we go. And now for the final one, the least powerful, but also, because there are 8 of them, still a very important piece.
The pawn sounds like it is the humblest of chess pieces, but it is really one of the most powerful. When working together, pawns are the soul of chess. Pawns have a few strange rules, so make sure to pay attention. Pawns can only move straight forward, and they can only move 1 square at a time. However, if it is their first move of the game, they can choose to move 2 squares forward if there is nobody blocking them, as pawns cannot jump over other pieces. Remember, the pawn can choose to advance 1 or 2 squares only on the first move. On all other moves, the pawn advances 1 square. Pawns are also the only piece in chess that cannot move backwards. One other thing that makes them strange is that while they can only move straight forward, pawns can only capture diagonally, and they can only capture 1 square away diagonally, even if it is their first turn. We will explain capturing in one of the next lessons. Let's see some pawn moves. In this position, since this pawn has yet to move in the game, white decides to move it 2 squares forward. Black, on the other hand, only advances this pawn 1 square. Remember, even though you can move your pawn 2 squares on its first move, you're not forced to do so. White now advances the pawn forward, and now both pawns are blocked and cannot move. In this position, how many white pawns can move? If you said 1, you're correct. Notice that this pawn is blocked by the black pawn directly in front of it. Remember, pawns cannot move backwards. White now has the option to move this pawn up 1 square. Notice this pawn cannot move 2 squares forward because the black pawn blocks it. Now it's your turn to practice using the pawns.
You did tell me that your desktop PC already broke. Not sure about the laptop though, that did not ring a bell. So, a pawn can only move 2 squares ahead in its first move. Like so. White has 2 pawns, but only one of them can move 2 squares. Which one is that? That will be the C pawn. Moving to C4. White has 3 pawns, but only one of them can move. That will be the H pawn. The white pawns look so much smaller than the black rooks, but there is one move with which the pawn can attack both rooks at the same time. Can you find that move? Yes, of course. So E3 to E4 attacks both of them, and only one of them will be saved. Oh, that's a good song. Oh dear, the white bishop cannot move at all because his own pawns are blocking all the squares. Can you find the right pawn move by which the bishop is back in play? Well, I would go d4 to d5, because then we're also checking the enemy king. And there we go. And now for a fun mechanic. Converting pawns.
Remember, your pawns are the only pieces that cannot move backwards. So what happens when they reach the other side of the board? They get a promotion. You must trade your pawn for another piece. It can be a knight, a bishop, a rook, or the powerful queen. It cannot stay a pawn, and it cannot become a king. Also, it does not have to be one of the pieces already captured in the game. Every pawn has the potential to be promoted into a queen.
Although, to be fair, sometimes when you're playing on a physical board and you just don't have the other pieces because they haven't been captured yet, you either have to stick to one of those that have already been captured, or you need to get creative with what you put on the board. Hello, Zoe. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you've had a nice weekend so far. I mean, it's only Saturday. But yeah, how are you doing? Welcome in. As we're currently learning about chess and promotion of chess pieces. One of the oldest games humanity came up with. Yeah, and it's probably the most popular old game that is still played today.
You could trade it for another queen and have 2 queens on the board, which is incredibly powerful. Now, let's practice promoting some pawns.
There we go. White has 2 pawns. Can you find a move that will make one of them the strongest piece on the next move? Yeah, we can move the H pawn and turn him into a queen. Well then, good news. We're currently going through the tutorial on chess.com. By the way, since this is one of my games from the list, I will make the part where I actually play it a highlight, so it's going to stay up longer than 14 days. So yeah, if you missed the opening bit with the tutorial, on how the pieces move, you can just catch up on that later on. Sora, hello there. Just want to was just about to say hi to you, but Zoe was faster, so I waited a minute to let her have a moment. Oh, that's nice. Very considerate. But how are you, Sarah? Also doing well, I hope. Bought my son a lovely handcrafted wooden set. He wouldn't play with me. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so everybody gather around. We're going to learn how to play chess together now. Doing good, very busy, but doing good. Okay. But from the sounds of it, the adulting you've been busy with in the last couple of days is going fairly well. Right. White has one pawn who's only three squares away from the edge of the board, and one who's still at the very start. Which pawn can White convert faster? Probably the A pawn, because the H pawn is blocked by the other one. So let's try that one. Wilkins would love chess, but it's like they love 3D chess, mind you. We have a pawn race. Both sides are trying to promote a pawn as quickly as possible. Which pawn should White move to win the promotion first? Well, obviously h6 to h7. And then move that to a queen, so it's also blocking the a2 pawn here. Have I played chess before? Yes, I have. Not on stream, mind you. But yeah, I've had this account here on chess.com for a while. And also advanced a bit through both the tutorial and some real games. And we will play a real game in a minute when we've covered the basics. White to move. The black pawn only needs one more move to promote to a queen. Find the white move that saves the game. So we only have the king to move, and we need to move it to a square that controls the promotion square for the black pawn, so that would be f2. And now we can just capture the queen. Yeah, Calto is a completely different thing. Especially since it's also, as far as I could tell from what they showed on screen, it's a single player game, more like an agility thing. White has two pawns. Which can you convert faster? So the black king cannot capture it. So the h6 pawn is closer to the edge of the board and further away from the king, so I'm going to go with that one. Yeah. Never played a digital chess version, I think. Maybe it's time to change that. Mind you, I'm wondering if you do want to change that, feel free. I've played chess as a mini game in the Outlast trials, but that's mainly me randomly moving pieces as quickly as possible to make the other person time out. Interesting. Pretty decent success rate, to be fair. I suppose random moves is still better than no moves. Somehow chess never fascinated me much, but I think I just don't have the patience anymore. High-paced games. Yeah, I kind of feel that. But to be fair, with chess, it's kind of the opposite for me. Like, I don't care about the pace of any game per se, but chess is one of the games that I feel lends itself more to taking your time. I mean, you can play it fast, obviously. But that's not really the vibe of chess, I feel. Speaking of which, how do we position the pieces in the beginning?
Now that you know how the chess pieces move, it's time to set up the game. Before you put the pieces on, make sure you turn the chessboard so that there's a light square in the bottom right corner. You can remember this as white on the right. The easiest way to start placing the pieces is to place all of the pawns on the second rank.
I've been through this tutorial before and I've already forgotten that rule. So that's a nice reminder, but usually if you buy a physical board, it will have those markings A through H and 1 through 8 on the side. So if you put A1 in the bottom left corner, you'll also be perfectly fine.
Rank for each side. In chess, rank is the word for row. Let's put all of the white pawns on one side of the board and all of the black pawns on the other side. Now let's put the rooks out in the corners. Let's follow that up by putting the knights next to the rooks. We'll soon learn that the knights are placed on the B and G files. In chess, file is the word for column. To continue, let's put the bishops next to the knights. And now we're left with the king and the queen. Does it matter where they go? Yes, it does. The queen always goes on the matching square. The white queen goes on the light square, and the black queen goes on the dark square. Notice they should be lined up together. Finally, put the kings on the last empty squares. Now you're ready to play. In chess, each side takes only one turn at a time, and by tradition, white always moves first. Now that the board is set up, it's your turn to practice making moves for both sides.
Ooh, interesting. So, white to move. We begin by putting all the white pieces on the right squares. First, let's move the white tower to its starting position. So, that would be A1. Did you know there are also computer-controlled chessboards nowadays? Yeah, I've seen those. They're a bit scary, but I mean, what do I mean by scary? I mean, this is basically the same thing, only with non-physical pieces. If you get, I mean, it's 2024. We don't believe in ghosts anymore, do we? One of the rooks is already in the right place. Now we move the other rook to its starting position, which would be H1. Let's move the knight to its starting position, right next to the rook, like so, and the other one as well. Now we move the bishop to square next to the knight, and we do the same with the other bishop. And now the queen, and the king. We don't, I mean I don't. Do you? The universe is big. What do we know? About the universe as a whole, surprisingly little. I mean, we can only physically see... I forgot the percentage, but... You know, the universe is going on 14 billion years old, and the speed of light multiplied by 14 billion years, it's... not the size of the entire universe, so that limits our understanding of it. Also, it limits how current our observations of the universe are. So, if you want to go down that route, we're absolutely ignorant of everything. Have you had any experiences with ghosts before? And I don't mean people who call themselves ghosts, by the way, to close that loophole. Like perfect ones, exactly. Especially perfect ones.
You've already learned how to move the pieces, and we've mentioned the idea of capturing. Let's talk more about capturing. In chess, when you capture a piece, you simply move your own piece to the same square as your opponent's piece and replace their piece with your own. The captured piece is then removed from the board. You don't stop before the captured piece, you replace it entirely. Let's watch this queen capture a pawn. Now let's watch this knight jump over one.
I was about to say, so is he. That would be a very bad move. You shouldn't make it, because that knight over there, marked in the blue, is now going to capture your queen. And because your queen is more powerful when it comes to movement than the pawn, that was not a good trade. But let's hear the Mr. Narrator explain why.
One of its own pieces to capture the queen. Capturing pieces is a critical part of the game. However, you do not have to capture a piece if you don't want to. That being said, if you can capture more of your opponent's pieces than they capture of yours, it's going to be much easier to win. One question about capturing that we haven't answered is, how do you notate a capture? Let's say in this position that you plan on taking the black queen with your queen on b3. A good idea. You would write the piece that will capture it, in this case, the queen. So we use a capital Q. You then write an X, which means captures. And then you write the square where the piece gets captured. So after queen takes e6, we would write Q, X, e6. Here is one more capturing question. How do we notate a pawn capturing a rook and promoting to a queen at the same time? Does it sound complicated? Don't worry, it's just one extra step.
So obviously that would be b7, xa8, but then how do you notate the promotion? I think it's an equals Q or something. If
We
memory
start by
serves.
notating the capture. Remember, we mark a pawn with the file that it is currently on. In this case, the pawn is on the B file. So we would write a lowercase b, then we would write captures, which is an X.
Okay,
so
just B.
lowercase b, X, and then the square that we capture, A8. So BX A8. So far, we have BX A8. Since we are promoting to a queen, you simply add to the end of your move an equal sign and then write which piece you are promoting the pawn into, which is usually the queen. So putting it all together, we would write B takes A8 equals queen. Now it's your turn to practice capturing pieces.
There we go. So with a quick exposition to the lingo of chess, to the notation, which is going to get fairly complicated because there's some special moves with some special notation that we're going to come across later on. The powerful white queen is fighting against a whole army of black pieces. Do you see a move how it can capture a black piece? Yeah, I see one. Can capture the rook here on h3. Black has up one queen, and white only has two pawns, which is not good. Can you find a way for white to capture a piece and turn the game around? Yeah, white can take the queen with the knight. Black has a knight and all the white pawns are blocked and cannot move. Do you remember how you can move? Do you remember that pawns can move in a straight line but take diagonally? So that means d4 can take e5. The black bishop is attacking your rook on a1, and it cannot escape because its own bishop is blocking the way. Is there still a way for you to save the rook? Yeah, by capturing with the other rook. There we go. We used to have a TV magazine at home that always had a chess puzzle in it. With those tab move codes, I always wished I knew what they meant. And now you do. Or, basically. Yeah, although probably they wouldn't have used Q for the queen, they would have used D for Dama, obviously. Hello, Gabrielle! Welcome in. Hope you've had a nice weekend so far. And maybe you too will learn something new on our chess.com tutorial here. How can white capture multiple pieces, but only one of them is a good option? Which piece should white capture? I would choose to capture the rook, because that's the most powerful one that exerts the most danger. Had a lovely time playing board games with friends. Nice. Okay, so text on the right here says, for anyone who's not fluent in German, to put a piece in to put the king in check means that you are attacking the opposing king. Since in chess it's not allowed to actually capture the king, the other player has to react to being put in check. Notation in the notation that would add a plus to the notation. So when your knight moves to g6 and puts the king in check, you put sg6 plus. Or in the English notation that would be ng6 plus. N for knight because the k is silent. And k is also reserved for king already. Oh, it is. I do apologize. How can I show? Maybe I can. It's a bit of a makeshift solution, but it'll work. Right, let's put some pieces in check.
Check is the word that is used when one piece is threatening to capture the other side's king. Check basically means, look out, king in danger. Let's take a look at some examples of playing check. In this position, can you see how white can threaten to capture the black king? That's right, bishop to f6 check. White's bishop puts the black king in danger of capture, so black must deal with this check. In the next lesson, we will learn the 3 ways to get out of check. In this position, black's rook can put white's king into danger. After rook d1, the white king is in check, and white must respond to this attack. Finally, in this position, black's pawn is ready to capture the white knight. Remember, pawns capture 1 square away diagonally. Can you see how white can escape the pawn's attack and place the black king into check?
g6.
If you found knight to g6, great job. The knight escapes danger and now puts the black king into check. One final question is, how do we notate a check? It is pretty easy. All you do is add a plus to the end of your typical move notation. This means after writing ng6, you add a plus at the end. So it'll look like this, ng6 plus, meaning that black is in check. Now it's your turn to practice playing check.
Let's go. In this position, white can play check, find the move. I think there is only one, which is queen to e3. White has 2 knights and 1 rook, but only one of those 3 pieces can put the black king in check, find the move. The only one I see is rook to e1. And that's already very dangerous because the king can now only move to f1, because this piece, this square is blocked by the knight, this one's blocked by the other knight, this one's blocked by the rook, this one's blocked by its own pawn. New Game 6 Plus. Oh. If it's New Game Plus in any way like the Tomb Raider Remasters, then the piece in that the player that's in check is going to be in serious trouble because it's only going to get harder. The black king is hiding behind his pawns. Find the best way to play him in check. I mean, the only way we can do that in one move is knight to f6. But somehow I got a feeling we're not supposed to do that. Oh, of course. We can only do that. Also do that knight e7. The black king is surrounded by his own pieces, but white still can play him into check. Can you find it? Yeah. Since we only have that diagonal open, we probably should do that with the bishop. But that's not going to be checkmate because, of course, the queen can move into the way. But let's do that first. Bishop to c3. Black's only option now is to put the queen in the way. Yeah. White to move. Can you find the only way to put the black king in check? That would be pawn to... Ooh, I always want to be a cool chess player. Hang on. Need to do some archaeology here. Got too much stuff on my desk right now. Hang on. Oh, there it is. Because you see, I thought I was already cool, but nothing beats the coolness of a pair of shades. And that makes moving the pawn to g7 so much cooler. So now that we know how to put the enemy into check, how do we get out of it?
As we learned in the last lesson, when the king is in check, it must get out of check. You cannot ignore check and play another move you want to play while leaving your king in check. You have to stop the check. Luckily, you have 3 easy ways to get out of check. The simplest way to get out of check is to move your king to a square where it is no longer in check, like this. Another way to get out of check is to block the check with one of your other pieces. Oftentimes, the best way to get out of check is by capturing the checking piece. Now let's see you escape check.
Yeah, I see. I mean, especially black shades like these ones do very much give blind player vibes. I get that. You didn't make it harder for me to play chess. You would have made it harder for me to play TR3 because some of those levels there are truly dark and I would have been having a really hard time actually seeing what's going on screen. The black queen is putting your king in check. How can you escape? I don't see a piece that can block the way. So I can only evade. Especially the PS1 version, because that's seriously dark. Black queen is putting in check. Find the best way to avoid it by capturing with the rook. I really need to show you one of those clips because there's it's such a popular creator and such a popular meme created by his community that's basically, it should be common knowledge. Hang on, actually let me find, no, not Twitch. There we go. Sacrifice rook. There we go. It should be fairly obvious.
First in this position, Grandmaster Shahryar Mamediyarov sacrificed. That's right, you guessed it. The Rook! This got him a huge attack on the Black King, so next he sacrificed the Knight! And then on the very next move, he sacrificed the Bishop! It looked like his attack was over and he was gonna lose, but then he sacrificed the Queen! But then he promoted a new one, took the Rook, and his opponent, Anish Giri, resigned a few moves later. This is the most insane chess game.
That guy does that a lot. Let's put it that way. Sacrificing the Rook and screaming about it. Yeah, but the thing is, Sora, in order for you to be able to play chess at this sort of pace and action level, you need to be actually good at that. Because that was... what he just showed off was a piece between 2 grandmasters and 2 professional players. And even they didn't play at that speed. I think, if anything, they played with a thinking time of like, or a move time, total move time of like maybe 10 minutes. But the likelihood is it was more like 2 hours. Because I think, at least at the last World Championships, that was the standard for the matches. There's always a catch, I know. I mean, like I said, it takes years to be that good, and a bit of luck, maybe, to get the confidence to actually make those moves, especially when they're risky. I just gotta keep at it. I wonder what a chess game against ChatGPT would be like. Well, maybe ask ChatGPT to play chess against you. Although, I think I've seen a video about that too, and yeah, I have to agree. Because if I recall correctly, ChatGPT at some point just invented pieces and put them on the board in random places. Because it analyzed the position and came up with the fact that the best way for ChatGPT to win would be to have a rook in a very specific position, but all its rooks had already been captured, so it just put a new one on the board in the right position. Yeah, exactly. It's basically what Gabrielle says. It was very funny to watch. So, the black king is in difficulty. It's in check, and all its escaping squares are blocked. Can you find a way to still prevent check? Yes, I can. Because you see this lovely bishop up here that can move in the way. Sort of it confabulates. That's a fancy word for cheating. Your king is in check. How can you evade that? Of course it cheats, it learns from humans. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, I mean, black has made one fatal mistake, and that is leaving itself to capture by the queen. And finally, black queen is putting white king in check. Can you find a way to block check? And put the enemy king in check at the same time. So, actually, yes, I can. Knight to g6. Thank you. And finally, checkmate. What's checkmate when it's at home?
If a king is in check, and it cannot escape check by moving, blocking, or capturing, then the king is said to be in checkmate. That means you win. Or maybe your opponent won. Again, checkmate is the entire goal of chess. It doesn't matter who has captured the most pieces, or how long it has taken, or anything else. If the king is in checkmate, it's game over. Once the king is in checkmate, you don't have to take the king off the board. It's time to shake hands and say, good game. Now it's your turn to checkmate.
Or as the cool kids say, GGWP easy. White to move. The black king is hiding in the corner behind his pawns. Do you see a way to win the game? As it happens, yes I do. We can just move the queen from a3 to f8. And that's that. The black king is surrounded by his own pieces and looks very protected. But how can white win the game with a single move? That's where we use the knight to d6. And since that knight can't be captured and the king can't move, it's game over. If you have a friend from the Czech Republic, they are also your checkmate. Oh, that's a nice one. Get wrecked or get good, yeah. But you wouldn't say get good, you would say get good like that. White to move. The black king is captured. Is trapped in the corner and cannot move. Can you find the checkmate to end the game now? Ah, yes, of course. Bishop to e4, which would then move him off this white diagonal. This black one is blocked by the other bishop, and a7 is blocked by the other king. Yeah, by the white king. There we go. The rook on f7 is taking the opportunity away from the black king to move forward. Do you see how your other rook can put him into checkmate? I'd suggest this one. And finally, white can offer checkmate in a single move. Can you find the move? So, king already can't move here. Six cover. I mean, besides questioning the timing of that decision, that seems like a very strong dosage there. Yes, that is quite a lot. That's what I thought. Oh, my first thought was putting the queen on a8, but the better option is to put her on h3. Coffee's trust I could punch out Cthulhu. I'd love to see that, to be honest. Okay, so there is one. I mean, chess literally offers, because of having 64 squares and 32 pieces who can move in all sorts of different variations, offers billions, if not trillions, of different positions, but there is one that you need to avoid at all cost. And let's look at that right now.
Chess can often be a long game with more than 100 moves played, but it can also be incredibly short if you want it to be. Many people want to know, what are the fastest checkmates? And we are going to show you, but keep in mind, none of these checkmates can be forced. These are only checkmates that you literally have to try to do on purpose because they can be otherwise defended very easily. Let's see the shortest possible checkmate on the board. White plays f3, not a great opening move, already exposing the king on the e1 to h4 diagonal. Black opens with e5. Notice the black queen is already looking at the weakened h4 square, ready to pay the white king a visit. White plays g4, further weakening the e1 to h4 diagonal, and the black queen pounces on the h4 square, delivering the fastest checkmate in chess. Notice that the white king cannot move, there's no way to block the check, and you can't capture the checking piece, so after 2 moves, the game is already over. In fact, it's time to start a new game. Let's see that idea again, but this time it will be white delivering the checkmate. After e4, black plays f6, d4, g5. Can you spot the checkmate? That's right, queen h5. The fastest checkmate for white is in 3 moves, and the fastest checkmate for black is in just 2 moves. Let's hope you never find yourself on the wrong side of this checkmate. Now it's your turn to practice the fastest checkmates.
Will do. So this one's the checkmate for white. Black pawns have moved quite considerably in our favor. Now we just punish them. Black to move. Same situation, just in reverse. Queen to move to d4, and we win. I heard a saying, in chess you can tell a massacre from the lack of corpses. Very true, yeah. I mean, every piece that's captured is taken off the board. So there wouldn't be anything left. Oh, that's what... Oh, yeah, of course. So a good player can sometimes bring a game to checkmate in so few numbers of turns that there wasn't enough time for very many pieces to be captured before the game ended. In this case, none at all. I suppose both of them are a possibility. I mean, we've seen lessons here where there were only like 2 or 3 pieces on the board at the end of a game, and here every piece is on the board still, but the game's over. Right, so white moved his pawn to f3 and left his king vulnerable to attack, but he didn't move g4, so there is still hope for the white king. Can you find it? Yes. By moving the pawn to g4 now. Well, g3 rather. And then when the queen tries to capture either this pawn or this pawn, either the rook or the other pawn can save her. Can capture her. Can you find the worst move for white to make? Yeah, we've talked about that one. It's pawn to g4. Can you find the worst move for black? Yes. Conversely, pawn to f6. And for the next lesson, a draw. Very rare, but it happens.
There is another kind of mate on the board called stalemate. Stalemate is what happens when your king is not in check, but you also have no other legal move on the board. And when this happens, it's a draw and nobody wins. You might be absolutely winning your game and about to checkmate the opponent's king, but if you fall into stalemate, it's a draw. This is best explained with some examples. In this position, with white to move, the game would be...
This would be a late game position because there are only 3 pieces left. But again, you see no corpses around, which is why I initially went for that interpretation of this quote.
Be a stalemate, because white's only piece, the king, does not have any legal squares to move to, and white is not in check. In this position, let's say white plays queen to c2. The queen gets 1 square closer to the king, but notice black's king is not in check and black does not have a legal move in this position. The position is a stalemate. Remember, in chess, you're never forced to make an illegal move, so black cannot put the king onto a square where it would be captured. In this position, can you find a better move for white? White can actually win the game in just 1 move after queen b2 checkmate. Remember, your opponent can never be in stalemate if they are in check. In this position, black looks doomed. The king is trapped in the corner. White is ready to deliver checkmate on the next move, and black is down lots of material. However, chess is a game of many opportunities, and even when things look really bad, you might have the chance to save the game, or at least draw. Notice that since black's king does not have any legal moves, if black's queen disappeared from the board, it would be a stalemate if it were black to move. In this position, can you find a way to make black's queen disappear and create a stalemate? If you found queen takes h2 check, great job. White must deal with the check, and the only way to get out of the check is to capture the black queen. Now the only remaining piece is the black king, and since black's king does not have any legal squares, and black is not in check, the game is a stalemate. What a save by black. Let's take a look at this position. If white played the move queen to c7, it's not a very wise move because white, first of all, could have won the game immediately with queen to b7 checkmate, but also queen to c7 traps black's king. But does that mean it's a stalemate? Not in this position, because notice black has another piece. Black could play the move h3, allowing white to correct the mistake from the last move and deliver checkmate with queen to b7. Notice if we added another pawn, just this pawn on h3, the position would now be a stalemate with black to move. Now that you've learned about stalemate, remember to stay alert and avoid it when you're winning, And when you're losing, keep your eyes open for the opportunity to save the game with stalemate.
So in this position where White king is trapped and black will deliver checkmate on the next move. Can you find a way to save the game with white? Basically, we have to make our rook disappear. For instance. It's not looking good for white. I'll put this there. Salvation. Now we can offer check first, with the pawn, which then has to be captured. And once it is captured, I mean, I suppose... Right, no. Even if the king just evades, we can't move that pawn. So we would have to move the king, except we can't because we have no legal moves for the king. Black king is trapped in the corner, but the black pawn is offering check. Can you find the only white move to avoid a draw or a stalemate? I'm going out on a limb here and saying queen to takes g3. Yeah. Now the king can move again. White to move. White has 4 pawns less. Position looks pretty hopeless. It's only a trick. But the trick helps. Can you find it? Yeah, there's a certain just summarizing all the chat messages I've been missing. I think these games do appeal to very different audiences. Like I too would be better at Minecraft than Team Fortress 2, or even better at Minecraft than a Valorant, which I actually play regularly. Single-player shooters, on the other hand, like the original Call of Duty games, or Half-Life even, those are more my speed, because usually they are designed in a way that the AI is not actually unfairly strong, as opposed to other players, which, I mean, you've seen me play Valorant a bunch on this stream. I get my ass kicked pretty regularly, because other players are just so much faster, and so much better. Speaking of which, where's my power move? Where's my trick here? So I'm not in check. I mean, yeah, I could just offer check here on f2, which then the queen would have to capture my queen, moving it closer, leaving me no legal moves for the king or the pawns which are blocked. There we go. So to be precise, they demand too much complexity at a fast pace. For me, faster things only work if they're simpler. Same here. Speaking of which, playing StarCraft against a human opponent would be way too much for me. It takes great speed of thought and mouse agility, apparently. Yeah, I mean, just watching esportlers in both RTSs and FPS games is just mind-boggling. But then again, watching professional football, that's proper football, not American one, is insane, because the skill level is something you would just never achieve. Or cycling. Even cycling. These guys produce the... in any measurable metric, produce double the performance than I would ever be capable of. See, let's say I ride up a mountain at 200 watts, turn on the TV, see Tadej Pogacar doing that at 400 watts easily. It's just no comparison, and the effort I would have to put into training to be able to do that same effort at 400 watts rather than 200 is just insane. Again, it would take years, which of course the good players or good athletes in general have put in. White to move. Black has constructed a stalemate trap. There's only one. He can only he's offering check with his queen. Oh, there, right. And when you capture his queen, it's a stalemate. Can you find a move to avoid the stalemate? It's time for a noble sacrifice for the queen. Then we trade queens. My king can take back, and then the rook can deal with the king. Other draws.
Stalemate is just one of the possible ways to end the game in a tie. Another way is to simply agree to a draw. This might happen if neither player can see a way to victory. One person offers the draw, and the other can accept or decline. Another way to get a draw is if the exact same position is repeated 3 times. After 3 repetitions, either player can claim a draw when it is their turn to move. Or, if you're playing online, a draw will automatically be called after 5 repetitions. Another way to draw is if neither player has enough pieces to checkmate, like lone king versus lone king. You'll learn more about this later. Finally, you can also draw if 50 pairs of moves have been played on the board without any captures or pawn moves. This keeps you from dying of boredom as you and your opponent move your rooks back and forth forever. Now it's your turn to practice drawn positions.
We have a completely even endgame. Can you find the move to end the game in a draw immediately? Yeah, pretty much. Trading queens. White is down a pawn and the white king is far away from the action. It's not looking good for white. But there is one move where white can block the position so that no pawn can move. Can you find the move? Yeah. There is just still one open pawn. And now we blocked it. Getting older and all that. Yeah, tell me about it. White's in big trouble. Can you still find a way to save the draw? I mean, first idea would be to move the king closer to the rook so that it can capture that, but then again, the rook is protected by the queen. So we can just do... What can we do? No. So it actually wants us to give check to the black king, right? And we can just move back and forth. Wait. Oh, right. The lessons that we just don't actually have to play the 3 repetitions. Good. White only has a pawn and black has a rook. The pawn is only 1 move away from the promotion. Can you find a trick with which white can force a draw? Yeah, I mean, we can promote to pretty much any piece that would check the black king. Then he would have to capture, and then we can capture the rook. And due to lack of material, it's a draw. Your tower is... your rook. Not your tower. Too German. Your rook is under attack, and black is about to promote his pawn to a queen. Can you find the sacrifice to save the game? I think so. Because the rook cannot capture the bishop here, but it can capture the pawn, at which point the bishop will have to take the rook, and then there's not enough material left. There we go. And with that, we move on to special moves.
One of the most unusual rules of chess is called castling. This move was invented to speed up the game and do 2 things at once. When you castle, your king moves toward the safety of the corner, and your rook comes toward the action in the middle. You literally are moving 2 pieces at once, but it counts as just 1 move. You can castle in either direction, left or right, In either case, your king moves over only 2 squares, and then the rook from that side is moved directly to the other side of the king, like this. And here's another example of castling. Let's say you're playing a game right here on chess.com. Here are 2 ways you can make the castling move. The first option is to drag the king to the square where it will castle, and then the rook will automatically move, like this. Another option is to click the square the king is currently on, in this case e8, and then the square where you will move the king, g8. So we click e8, followed by g8, and now we're castled. Castling is a great move with many benefits if it is used at the right time. However, there are a few conditions that may prevent you from castling. First off, you cannot castle when you are in check. You must first deal with the check before trying to castle. Secondly, you cannot castle if your king would castle through a check, or after castling, your king would land into a check. Next, you cannot castle if there are any pieces in between your king and your rook. It must be completely empty. In this position, both white and black have to move 1 piece before they're able to castle. After knight f3 and bishop c5, for example, both sides are now able to castle kingside. Finally, you cannot castle if your king has made any other move before, or if the rook you are castling with has already moved. It must be the first move for both pieces. In this position, the only legal castling move is for black. Since white's king is already moved, white cannot castle. Notice black can only castle with the rook on h8 because the other rook has already moved. What is the notation for castling? It depends on if you castle kingside or queenside. In this position, let's say white castles kingside. The way you would write it is 0-0. If black now castles queenside, we would add 1 more 0. So it would be 0-0-0. One way that can help you remember this is notice on the king side there are 2 squares between the white king and the rook. Notice 0-0 has 2 zeros. So kingside castling, 2 squares, 2 zeros. Notice on the queen side there's 3 squares between the king and the rook. Queenside castling has 3 zeros, 0-0-0. Now that you've learned this powerful move, it's time to practice castling.
Let's go. White can castle kingside like this. Black has already castled kingside, and white can castle queenside. Do you already know how that goes? Yes, I do. Because you will notice in the notation, in the user interface here, it shows you all the possible moves with these little dots. And since you know the king can only move 1 square in each direction usually, but here it offers you a second piece. Then we take it. White wants to castle, but unfortunately the black bishop is checking the king. And you cannot castle when you're in check. How can you react to that check so you still can castle later on? I mean, for instance, we could move the pawn. And then either we drag that out with the cap drag back and forth, but probably that won't happen. In normal play, that is. White wanted to castle kingside, but that's not possible now because the king would be moving through a check offered by this bishop up here. How can white castle anyway? Well, we can just castle queenside. The white rook on the king side has already moved, so white can only castle on the queen side. But that's not possible because the white king would move through a check by the black bishop over here on h6. Can you block the bishop in a way that you can that you can castle next move. I was thinking maybe about this pawn, and now we can castle. Lovely. En passant, oh, this is one that you need to be really mindful of, because many beginners don't know this rule, and it can really bite you if you don't know it and are not aware that it can happen to you.
The last weird rule in chess is called en passant, which is French for in passing. This rule was introduced at the same time pawns were allowed to move 2 squares on their first move. When that happened, sometimes pawns would move past other pawns without giving the other pawn an opportunity to capture, which didn't seem fair. So en passant was invented. Pay attention, it's tricky. If your opponent's pawn moves forward 2 squares, which it can only do if it is that pawn's first move, and it lands directly next to one of your pawns, then on your next turn, and that turn only, you have the opportunity to capture that pawn as if it had only moved 1 square, like this. Let's take a look at that again. If a pawn is moved forward 2 squares and lands next to another pawn, that pawn can capture the first pawn on its very next move. You move behind the pawn as if it had moved only 1 square and capture it, placing it off the board. You might get some weird looks if you do this move in a game with someone who doesn't know, but it's an important rule of chess. Now that you've learned en passant, let's have you try it.
As I said, it's a weird rule. Black just moved its pawn to e6. Capture that pawn. Like so. Capture the black queen. Like so. Well done, now black's moved his pawn 2 squares ahead. Can you capture this pawn using the en passant rule? Yes, of course I can. White has 2 pawns who can move ahead 2 squares. Find the move after which en passant is not possible. That would be a2 to a4. Capture the black rook with your pawn on d4. Like that, and now en passant. I mean, yeah, we could have done a different one. We could have done this one. And that is actually the better move, because now we have a chance to capture that queen as well. Capture the black queen with your b4 pawn. Will do. Oh, okay, yeah. The question is en passant the best move? And as we just saw, it's not, because that offers the black rook the chance to put us in checkmate. So we should maybe just capture with the queen. And I think, just checking real quick, if that would then be the end of, this next one would be the end of the basics. I think it is. Kind of, yeah. So we've had, this one would be the next one, then moving and capturing, check, defending a check, checkmate, quick, fastest checkmate, stalemate, other draws, castling en passant, finding the best move. I think finding the best move and playing a game would be left after this. So we're close to the end of the basics at least. And then we would move on to beginner stuff, like openings and capturing material and stuff like that. I would say, though, we should probably save that for another time. Or, like, learn that in real play. Anyway, let's move on to chess lingo.
In order to get better at chess, you will need to learn notation, which is often referred to as the language of chess. Every square on the chessboard has a name, which is actually just its coordinates. As we mentioned before, each column is called a file, and each row is called a rank. Every file in chess is given a letter, starting with the letter A on the left side of the board and going all the way to the letter H on the right. Every rank is given a number, starting with 1 on the white side of the board and going up to the number 8 on the black side of the board. Each square is named by its coordinate pair. Let's meet some of the squares. This square in the lower left-hand corner is known as A1. Notice we identify it with the letter first and the number second. Let's take a look and see where the E file meets with the fourth rank. Notice the arrows point at E4, so this square is known as E4. Let's draw a diagonal starting from A1 and go all the way up the board. Notice we land on the H8 square, and in between these squares we see B2, C3, D4, E5, F6, and G7. Together, this is known as the A1 to H8 diagonal, because the diagonal begins on A1 and ends on H8. Now that you've learned how to label each square on the chessboard, it's time to learn the notation of actual chess moves. Each piece has its own letter for chess notation. In this example, the king's letter is a capital K. With white to move, let's say the king is going to move to the E2 square. The way we describe that move is by saying the piece's letter first, which is capital K, then the square it moves to, E2. Remember, a piece always begins with a capital letter, and the square is always lowercase. So after the move, King E2, putting it all together, we say K, E2. Let's say black wants to play King to D7. In this case, it's the same idea. Capital K, lowercase D7. So piece, then square. K, D7. We will use the same idea for all the other pieces. The rook is a capital R, the queen, a capital Q, the bishop, a capital B. The knight, however, is a little bit different. Since the capital K is already used for the king, we use a capital N for the knight. For example, N E6. Finally, you may think that pawns are a capital P. In this case, pawns are only written as the square that they move to. For example, after the move E4, the notation is simply the square the pawn moved to, E4. Now that you've learned the language of chess, it's your turn to practice using chess notation.
A5. It says so. There we go. That's the pawn. White wants to attack the B7 pawn with the move T-D7. So that would be... That's the German notation, so that's Turm, which is Rook D7. White wants to do that, of course. White doesn't want to let the black king move to the F rank. Right. Play RF2. Will do. White can move two pieces to D8. Play D8. D8 would be Q D8. D8. White can move both knights to E4. Move the knight from the G file, from the G file to E4, which would then be NGE4. There we go. And finally, finding the best move.
Now that you've learned how to move,
there is a
to
rule for
capture,
that.
to check and checkmate, as well as do the special moves in chess like castling and en passant, it's time for you to feel what it's like in a real game. In a real game, nobody is there to tell you what to move. You have to think and decide, what is the right move? Should I move a piece, or can I capture something? Should I castle, or try to promote one of my pawns? This is where the thinking part of chess comes in, and you have to
Oh
try
no,
and
the
decide what your
thinking.
best move is. The only way to do this is by looking at the board and considering both your options and your opponent's possible plans, and then trying to decide which move improves your position the most. Sometimes the right move will jump right out at you. Rook h8, checkmate. At other times, you'll have absolutely no idea what the best move is. Let's see if you can find a good move in each of the following positions. Black is currently up 3 pawns, so Black decides to offer a trade of queens, thinking it will be easier to win the game without having to deal with White's queen. Black didn't consider what the queen was doing on the 8th rank. Can you find White's best move?
So what Black didn't consider is that now we can move our queen, the white queen, to e8, where it cannot be captured, and the black king cannot evade the check. So
The black queen gave up protection of the back rank and forgot to ask what checks White has in the position. White only has 1 check, but it's checkmate. If you found queen e8 checkmate, great job. This checkmate is known as a back rank checkmate. In this position, after rook a1 check, it looks like Black is about to deliver a back rank checkmate. What is White to do? Well, if White decides to block with rook e1, notice that doesn't help because after rook takes e1, it's checkmate.
however, we have a sneaky bishop up here, who's looking at the rook already, waiting to capture that.
Let's look a little closer. Can you find another white piece that can help us deal with the check? If you found the move bishop takes a1, great job. The bishop moves all the way from the other side of the board to come to the rescue, capturing the checking piece. Remember, if you can capture a checking piece, this can often be the best way to get out of check. In this position, what do you think is White's best move?
I mean, it looks like rook to a8. That would... yeah, that would force the queen to either move to b8, which would be stupid, but also could force her to move to d8, which would then offer up again to capture, and then we would have the same problem. So it looks like a8 is good.
If you're thinking rook a8 delivering a back rank checkmate, you have to remember, it's not just your moves you have to consider. We also have to figure out
Oh,
what
wait.
is our opponent doing.
Very true, because we're actually currently in check. We can't do that. We need to move the king, the king to h1 first.
In this position, White's best move is also White's only move, because notice, White is in check. And in this position, White must deal with the check first and play king h1. Now Black has to be careful and deal with White's threat on the next turn. In this position, can you find White's best move?
White's best move. So, the one that jumps out is, of course, the pawn that's ready for promotion on a8. It would then fork both the king, which has to evade, and also attack the knight on c6. That admittedly does look like a better option than rook takes e4. Even though, yeah, the knight could still not capture e4 the back then. But I think the promotion is the better option. We're not in check as far as I can see, nor are we in danger of being put in check anytime soon. The only real danger I see would be the pawn moving up, and we're not too careful.
Notice that we can capture a pawn with rook takes e4, but then Black is able to do the same thing with knight takes a7. Remember, when you find a good move, always look for a better move. Don't forget about your pawn on a7. It's one move away from reaching the 8th rank. Do you remember what happens when a pawn reaches the other side of the board? That's right, the pawn gets a promotion. Notice the newly promoted queen puts the black king into check and threatens the knight all at the same time. After king f7, queen takes c6 wins the knight. It takes time and practice to find the best move. Now it's your turn to continue practicing finding the best move.
So, how can white escape check? So this queen here is putting us into check, and luckily we have our own queen ready to capture back. The white queen is in danger. Should she move, or is there a better chance? There is a different way we could do this, which is the rook to e8, which would be checkmate by the looks of things. Yeah, checkmate. The game is over before our queen could even be captured. The game has only just begun, but white is already has a very strong move. Can you find a good strike? Yeah, we could offer a check with a bishop here. Either force the king away or draw out some pawns. Let's try this. It's not the best one because we can be blocked and have to move back. So the better option... What is the better option? Maybe we could do the same move basically with the queen on the other side, not that that would be stronger. However, that would chain the pawn to the king, because now the pawn has to block the way to block the check, which is also not the best move. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that one's good. Also cannot be captured. Is attacking the rook, blocking the way for the king to escape to here. That's a strong one. How should white escape the check? Yeah, there's only really one way. King cannot escape, but the knight can jump in to save the day. And of course, depending on what the rook does next, either captures the knight and then we capture back, and then we can offer check over here in the back rank. White wishes that the black king in the h8 corner wishes the black king to be in the h8 corner so that white can offer checkmate. Can you find the best move to get white into that position? Yeah, we can offer check with the knight to e7. Then he has to evade and can't go here because of the rook. So now we can deliver the final blow. There we go. Right, and I think that should be the final lesson for the basics. And then we can actually play a game.
And how to play. But now it's time to see the ideas you have learned put into action in an actual game. In this game, we'll see how two pieces working together can be a powerful force, and that a king surrounded by pieces isn't always safe. Let's take a look. White begins the game with e4, controlling the center and opening up lines for the queen and light-squared bishop. Black plays c6, a move we haven't seen yet. The idea is to prepare the move d5 on the next turn and attack the strong pawn on e4. White plays d4, controlling more space in the center and also opening up the dark-squared bishop. Black strikes back in the center with d5, threatening to capture the pawn on e4 on the very next move. When the opponent threatens to take one of our pieces, it's natural to feel worried. Remember, it's okay to make even trades, such as a pawn for a pawn. What you don't want is to give away your pieces for nothing. In this situation, white could push the pawn forward with e5, white could capture the pawn on d5, or, as in the game, protect the pawn and develop a piece with knight to c3. After d takes e4, knight takes e4, white's knight recaptures the pawn and moves directly into the center. Black now plays knight to d7, developing a knight and also preparing the next move, knight g to f6, with the idea that if the knight gets captured, black is ready to recapture the knight, like that. The drawback to this move is the light-squared bishop is blocked, and also notice black's king has no moves. We'll take a look and see if that becomes a problem. White plays bishop to c4, activating the bishop to a powerful diagonal, and as you know, pointing at the weakest point in black's camp, f7. Black plays knight g to f6, attacking white's knight, and white plays knight to g5, avoiding the knight's attack and joining the light-squared bishop.
I think you can already see where this is going. It's not the knight itself that's offering the threat to the unable to move king. It's rather offering protection to when the bishop eventually captures the pawn on f7.
In attacking the f7 square. In this position, black should play e6, blocking the light-squared bishop's path to the f7 square. But black does not have a sense of danger in the position and plays h6, attacking the knight and assuming that it's going to move backwards. Can you find the move that immediately wins the game for white?
Bishop
That's
to
right.
f7.
Bishop takes f7. White delivers checkmate, threatening to capture the king on the next turn, and notice black's king is surrounded, or should we say smothered, by its own pieces. It cannot escape the attack. You've learned a lot so far. Can you put your ideas into action? Let's prove it in the challenges.
So let's start the game by moving the pawn in front of the white king 2 squares ahead to the center. Move another pawn to the center. Black threatens to capture the pawn on e4. Can you find a move to both develop your knight and cover the pawn on e4? Yes, we can. Are you liking these chess lessons? I mean, I've been through them before, so it's not really anything new for me, any new information. But what I've noticed so far is that I've had very little to add, so they're doing a very good job of explaining this. Did you type in chess.com? Because I probably interpreted that as a link. Chess.org. Okay, that's probably... But still, yeah. It did recognize that as a link. So, can you develop a bishop to attack the f7 square and helps to control the center? Yes, I can. We move this one to f4. Can you protect the e4 knight? And attack the c4 attack the f7 square with the knight, with the bishop on c4. Yes, I can. Black's attacking the white knight with the h6 pawn. Can you find the winning move for white? Yes, we've been through that. So what I'm thinking is we should be through every... Oh, hang on. We should have done everything now. So if I get all that... Yeah, this is moving on to into more advanced territory, even though it says beginner and basics. But the next ones would actually be more advanced stuff. So I think by now we know enough about this game, about chess, to actually play a match. I'm going to play online. So the good thing about chess.com is that you have various options as to how long you want to play, how fast you want to play. You can even go as fast as 1 minute. Or you can give yourself 60 minutes of thinking time with each game. What we're going to do, I think we're going to play, depending on how fast this goes. If this is over in 10 minutes, we're probably going to play another one. But yeah, let's say for a minute that we'll play just one game. If it's a long one, it's going to be a long one. We've seen a lot of chess today. If it's a short one, we can play another one. So let's play. Now it's giving us an equally ranked opponent. My elo right now is 710, so it's probably going to give me one from 500 something to maybe 800 and something, in that range. It begins indeed. So yeah, 700 elo is not that good, to be honest. But you start with 400, so I've climbed a bit. Yeah, there we go. Our opponent is ranked 879, so a lot higher, which would mean... Can you read that? I probably can't read that. If we win, we gain 42 elo points. If we lose, we only lose 18 points. So yeah, let's move. Classic opening. And you can see the clock's ticking down, so each player has 60 minutes to think about his moves. So he's got 60 minutes, I've got 60 minutes, so the game could in theory take 2 hours. I'm assuming it won't. It might only take another 25 seconds. If you see this message up here. And since I've already moved, I might even win this by default. No, actually, okay. He would have had to make a move first for that to count and for me to win elo. Oh well. We have a different opponent now, 871. We open with the same move. I think in this position, if he were to time out, I would be getting points. You mean how it labels the move he's playing? Yeah, Vienna game folk beard variation. It does that, yeah. Also gives you the notation of the moves and the time it took for that move. Kind of want to strengthen that pawn here. I'm already looking at a queenside castle, to be honest. Is he going to do something? Oh, he wants to chat. Why did it automatically translate that? It actually might have automatically translated his message for me as well. So, Starbuck, are you going to move? Yes, you are. Lovely. Bishop to b4. What's your plan with that? I mean, if you're trying to capture the knight, my pawn's going to capture back. But I would have to capture back because it's, of course, attacking the king then. But still, that's a very weird move to play. I mean, nothing's forcing him so far to offer that trade. And I have no reason to initiate it. He's trying to get control of the center. That much is obvious. How about we strengthen the center then? Interesting. I do want to keep my bishop though. That's probably gonna take the knight. I can capture backwards the pawn. Yeah. Me too, a little bit. But then again, what's he going to do with that bishop? He can only take the pawn. Or try to invade here, a long way around. But then my rook is in the way. And if he takes this pawn, my queen can take right back. So at least I feel like I'm prepared for whatever he can throw at me. See? He got scared too. Now we could castle. We could castle, but then again... Question is, do I really still want to? Because that bishop could easily put me to trouble in 2 moves, and I could not really do... I mean, no, I can do something about it then. But... yeah, okay. Let's do it. Because he would have to go this long way around, and then I can just cut him off here. Oh, so that's how you want to play it. Okay, then. So, assuming he wants to attack me here. Best course of action would then be put the king here, so I can prevent that move. Simply seeing as I don't have another one. Because if I move that pawn, he's just going to capture, and I'm in the same position. So those pawns can't move in the way. King is on the run. He just said good move. I thought so, that's why I played it. Can you actually see that in that chat window? Not really, it's cut off a bit by my overlay. This might take a while though, so... No, he's still thinking. Right. Getting that knight into play. So here's the thing, my first idea was to use the d3 pawn to put a bit more pressure on the center, but then again, that would be under attack from two pieces. I have two to back it up. Not there. But depending on how we play this. So let's say I move the d pawn here. He captures, I capture, he captures, I capture. He's not going to play that, but if I play this any different way, he won't do that queen move either way, because in that scenario, he knows he's going to lose a queen. I could also play queen to e3, because then we wouldn't have this trouble with the pawn here anymore. It would still be covered and protected, although very weakly, to be honest. The thing is, I don't see any better moves at this point. We could try to activate this this bishop further, but here it's kind of useless. Here it's dead, here it's dead, here it's dead. Here it's attacking a pawn that already can't move, but that's covered and protected. Here it's attacking a knight, but can be attacked itself. So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is, there we go. Just trying to justify that move for myself. Okay, I'm kind of surprised that he actually thought, or seems to have thought, that I was gonna attack the a7 pawn. Because that quite obviously was not really an option for me. Especially not trying to capture a pawn with a queen that's already under attack if it does that move. Okay, so I'm pretty well controlling his queen. It'd be dead, it'd be dead, it'd be dead. Or retreating. Dead, dead, dead. So I think at this point I can actually put some pressure on the board and in the center. So obviously at this point I should point out that I don't have any interest to use the d4 pawn to actually capture anything, because doing so at this point would kill my rook on d1. Or at least as long as the queen is where it is. If she moves, however, that's a different story. Now what options does he actually have? He could use his knight to attack, like here, but then I could capture back. Or especially I could then use my bishop to attack back to open this diagonal, so it's not exactly a good move. He could try to infiltrate with his queen, but then it's dead. He could try to attack with this knight, which would then also attack this pawn. I could capture, but I won't, because of what is wrong with my mouse today? Because that would open up the path for the queen to take my rook and basically lose the game. He could try to initiate and activate the other bishop, either here or here, but then it's here it's dead, here it's dead, here it's dead. So probably only to here. And then, of course, it would look at that pawn, which I could just move out of the way. He could capture with this bishop, which is dead. If he just activates it, it's dead. Could go here with the knight, which would be dead. He could attack my queen with the knight, which would be dead. So I'm assuming he's just running through all those options as well in his head and is not finding a better answer than I am. But the good thing is I'm running down his clock by having put him in this position. He's already down to 43 minutes, I still have 49 on my clock. Not really relevant right now, but in about half an hour or 40 minutes it could be very relevant. So just think about this one pawn. It's protected by 1, 2, 3 pieces and only being attacked by 2. Ooh. He just moved his queen. After 7 minutes. 7 minutes and 17 seconds of consideration. So, obvious idea would be to use this pawn to capture, because now the rook is no longer in danger. Could have moved knight to c5 safely. Could he have? Given that you were not willing to cap with it. I mean, fair. But he didn't know that. Maybe he just didn't see it. Although, given his higher elo, I doubt that he wouldn't have. But now that the rook is no longer in danger... So what he could do with that queen now is... dead... dead, because of the bishop, dead, dead because of the bishop, kind of useless, at least possible, and well, not stupid. Dead, dead. Even if I now use the pawn to capture, it would still be dead if it captured the other pawn back with the queen. And that capture would also open up the D rank, no, the D file for the rook. So if I capture here, if D takes E5, that pawn can then not be captured back. It's attacking the knight. It's opening the D file for the rook. That pawn is still protected. That pawn is protected. Do I see a better move? I mean, I could use the bishop to capture the knight, but then it's dead. So if we're talking about if you see a good move, find a better one, I'm not finding a better one right now. If we talk about my own queen moves, dead, dead, dead. Pointless. Pointless. Pointless, pointless. Super pointless. Could try to activate that bishop, which could easily be chased away. Could try to activate this bishop. Dead, dead, dead. Not a good option either. So. The e4 pawn is a bit weak because it is already attacked by one knight and a queen, so by two pieces, and it could be attacked by the other knight as well in the next move. And it's only protected by 2 pieces? So I'm thinking rook d4 next. Unless, of course, do we want to trade queens? I've been thinking about that. Like, I thought about, okay, maybe this pawn is a bit weak, but then again, it's not only covered by this king, but also by this queen. So do we want to trade queens? The thing is, I can't capture with the king. But I have to protect him. So my options are either to capture with the queen, at which point he would basically just have to take back with his queen, at which point the queen is dead. Or I could just evade. And then the bishop, his bishop is kind of useless because it could invade to the back rank where it's dead. Could invade here where it's dead, Could retreat. Not there, there, where it's dead. And none of those are legal moves. The only legal moves I have is queen takes c3, king moves. If king moves, it should not move to the back rank because it could easily be smothered. But it could go b3, the king. So then if he tries to attack me with the queen, I can just capture the bishop. Or if I were to move here, I could just take there. So definitely on the 3rd rank. Hang on, if I were to move here, you could do this. You could also put me in check here, at which one I can still capture. You could... that's very retro. He could, of course, also, if I move to b3, he could also check me with his other bishop. Nasty combo. Yeah, I think it's time to trade queens. So I think at this point, I do sort of have control of the center. Sort of. Very, very loosely. I mean, probably just... Yeah, now he could just capture the e5 pawn. And my control would basically be gone. Because that's not protected at all. However, if I move my bishop here, it is covered. That bishop cannot be captured. However, it does cut off the tower from controlling the d-file. The rook, I mean. Dandelion pop, that does sound like a new genre. Still, nothing beats lo-fi. But I'll give that a listen. Just realized with that exchange of material, I'm actually in the lead now when it comes to material. Like, we both lost queens, we both lost pieces worth 3 points. That is, I lost the knight, he lost the bishop, but I captured 2 pawns, he only captured 1 of mine. So in that notation, I mean, pawns are worth 1 point in that scenario. Knights and bishops are worth 3. I think rooks are worth 5, and queen is 9 points, I believe. Let's look at my pieces. That pawn is protected. Bishop is protected. That pawn is protected by the bishop. Bishop is protected by the king and the rook. That pawn is protected by that other pawn. That pawn is protected by that pawn. That pawn is protected by the bishop. That pawn is protected by the rook. That pawn is also protected by the knight. The only thing that's not protected here is this pawn over here. But then again, it's not under attack right now. Again, I'm going through his options, and he doesn't seem to have too many good ones. I mean, that would be one. So his pawn is attacking my bishop. If I were to move my e5 pawn to e6, I'd basically be offering a trade. But not only that, he could then capture my bishop, my pawn could capture his knight. If he doesn't do that, or rather wait. Yeah, if he doesn't do that, so let's say I move pawn to e6. He doesn't capture my bishop for whatever reason, because he saw this as a bigger threat. I can then attack here. And if he does, I can just recapture. I might be cooking, I'm not sure. So the possibility I'm seeing is that I'm gonna bait his knight out to capture that free pawn, or what looks like a free pawn, because it's not actually free. I can just put my bishop over here and put him in check. Thank you. I thought you might do that. Oh, look at that chat. Look at that chat. Come on. Think it's safe to say he's not very happy about that move. See? Browser, full screen, thank you. So, what do I do now? So I've basically trapped his knight. Chained it to the king because something needs to block that. Which means I now have time to activate my knight. And rook. My other rook. Fair enough. But have you considered this? I mean, obviously he was just trying to bait me with that g5 move. Okay, yeah, protecting that pawn. I get it. I could bait him with a4 and then recapture with the bishop if need be. If that bait works, that is. I would keep the pressure on d7, e8. I mean, otherwise you just can't do anything with this knight here. You can just move it back. You could move it here, here, here. No, I can't move it here. You could move it here or here. At which point my other rook would be in danger, but then I could just capture this bishop. So, or you could go here, at which point the horse would be dead as well. So, dead, 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 dead. Not dead, but useless, and well, kind of useless. Let's see about that, shall we? Let's see if he takes the bait. Not that I'm expecting him to. I don't think they're new, to be honest. I think they're just not they're just not playing at their best level, I think. Because their elo is actually higher than mine. So they do, in theory, have the potential to be really good. I think also, to be honest, my biggest advantage here is probably still time. I'm down on material at this point, after the slaughter of pawns. Yeah, I mean, you could set the time limit so high that it never really matters. Like, chess.com even has a separate game mode for playing on alternate days. So whenever you make a move, the opponent then has a whole day to respond to it. Interesting. I don't see the attack he's going for yet. Like, okay, obviously he's looking at this pawn down here. Which, however, is protected, so... Where's that going? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that was no, that was not so bad a move. I thought he just opened this knight up for attack. And then he couldn't have captured with his king because my bishop was blocking it. But I forgot about the other knight. So that other knight is starting to become a serious problem. And maybe the only way to solve that because I could capture this knight with the king. But only once that pawn here is gone, so I need to draw that pawn out. I don't understand this move, I have to be honest. He's got to know I'm not gonna capture this pawn. Where could he go? I mean, he'd be dead here, he'd be dead here. He'd be dead here, he'd be dead here. He'd be dead here. Of course, he's also by doing this protecting the squares I'm just highlighting right now. Most importantly, his own rook. Kinda looks like you're losing. If I'm losing, I'm not obviously losing. Not to me, at least. I mean, he's playing some good moves, but some I don't understand. So, if I now capture, he can only capture back with that pawn. Let's go for its vision Zug. I hope that'll make sense in a minute. Alright. Not exactly the move I was hoping for. But we can at least take some material here. Currently my biggest worry is to run out of pawns. Even though when it comes to pawns I'm actually up a piece. Yeah, I have 5, he only has 4 left. And there is an interesting chance here that could open up. If he decides to try and capture this pawn, either I'm invading his back rank, or rank 7 in this case, with my rook, or if he goes for it with his rook on c8, by moving it to b8 for instance, which is probably not going to do, but if he were to move his rook to b8, I would then just capture his pawn, attack the rook, he'd have to move probably to a8 to block me. Bit of chess. Oh, well, maybe you can ask him to play a game or two. See how good he still is, see how good you are. Get some first experience in. To be honest, that doesn't really affect my plans at all. Because I don't see the harm in recapturing. Right, because I can't immediately be captured here. And if he were to try and do something funny with his bishop, I'd also be ready for that. Either by capturing with the king. Oh, his computer crashed. Okay, that's why it took so long for that one. Wait, what? Oh, it's the rook! Of course. Damn it. Let's double check. Let's discover check. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, he put that in chat. Yeah, you can't see that right now because my overlay is in the way. However, I can just evade. But now that rook move makes a lot more sense. He was just setting that up. And of course, probably he's now going to capture that pawn with his knight. At which point I'm going to capture his pawn. So maybe the match analysis after the game will tell me something completely different, but so far, I'm really glad about being able to hold my own against an opponent who's 160 points better than me, or higher ranked than me. Because I don't think I'm playing that badly. And even if I were losing right now, I wouldn't be losing clearly. I'm not getting dominated. At least not as far as I can tell. I am a bit worried about the positioning of my king, though. Yeah, I thought he would do that. Because he can easily start putting pressure on me. Still eating this exactly. He's still 4 minutes down and counting. So that could be becoming a factor. Right now it's not yet. But we're not far off from crunch time, so soon. He does on average take longer to consider his turns, to be honest. I mean, yeah, the 7-minute turn was the biggest contributor. But you could point to a couple of moves where he took considerably longer than me. Yeah, move 16 being another one. 23. 26 as well, because, okay, that was the one with where his computer crashed. 27 too, he took longer on many moves, sometimes considerably. Alright. So now I could just capture. He takes, I take back. He would lose 2 pieces. And that's where it really comes in handy that I've moved my rook to the 7th rank. Because his rooks cannot really defend against that. And yeah, that's one way. Mm. Do I capture with the rook, sacrificing it in the process? I mean, if I don't capture the rook, it's gone anyway. Yeah, thought so. Tough game indeed. So, thought process. I move my pawn up here. He gets baited into moving his up here. I take the g-pawn with my knight. Putting further pressure on the e-pawn. And then maybe he can take that, I can take back. And he's also seriously running out of pawns to possibly promote. And if he doesn't take the bait, I can at least block his g-pawn. I think we can safely assume he did not take the bait. Move my king here. His only option would be to... his only option to check me would be to move to the C file, and at which point I can just take with the bishop. So I think I'm safe here. Because he's not going to risk losing his rook. That's his most powerful piece at the moment. I mean, he's basically offering another trade. If I were to save my bishop by moving here, he'd take, I'd take back. The good news for me is those are all equivalent trades, so since I'm still in the lead in terms of material, I'm actually gaining stuff. I'm thinking I could move rook to e7. That would seriously limit the movement options for his king. Could not be captured. If he tries to move closer, I could just move to... actually, not that good. I thought I could just move to e8, but then that... You know, that leaves him open to the other rook, and also when the bishop moves in, the king can just capture. However, if I take the bishop, pawn can take, I can take. That does actually seem like a good idea. I mean, he's either losing a pawn or a bishop. A pawn or a knight. In addition to both bishops. Interesting. So I have several options. Protect with the bishop, protect with the rook, which would be stupid, because that would just lose me material, or evade. I think evasion is actually my best strategy at this point. Although, to be fair, I mean, even if I protect it with the bishop, he might be baited into taking with the rook, at which point I can just capture back, effectively gaining material. So it's not a bad option. It's certainly not the one I prefer. If I were to go here, what would he do? He'd probably... Yeah, he'd probably chase me around the board, to be honest. Screw it. Sacrifice the bishop. I'm not exactly happy about that either. But I have an idea. I think first he's going to go for the bishop rather than the pawns. Yeah, thought so. And then I can eat his pawns. Okay, he's offering a draw. I think we should take it, actually. Because for one thing, we're the lower rated player, so I'm going to gain elo points by taking a draw. And for another, we're now down on material. The thing might turn to my disadvantage, so yeah, I think I'm going to take it. I could keep eating his pawns and try to get one of mine promoted. Yeah, that's... I'd rather take the elo than this. Yes. Good game.